I got a headache.
While things were fairly standard for him in the streaming world, 2016 was one of the lowest points in his personal life. He'd been banned from Twitch for a few months, and the loss of streaming revenue was really getting to him. That summer, he did start a new series called Critical Times, and in the first video, he reveals some of his vulnerability, opening up about his financial struggles.
I live paycheck to paycheck. I'll show you guys how much my check was later, but just know that every time I get paid, it's going to another CEO, another company, and I'm fucked for the next 2 weeks with bullshit unless I get donations on YouTube, sell some t-shirts, or, you know, shit like that. Trying to get these headshots, they cost $240, but it's hard to save up when you don't make shit.
Now, while it was obviously fun for a lot of trolls to disparage him for how he behaves during games, there were some elements of low-tier God that were genuine, although they rarely came through. One could even empathize with him talking about struggling to get jobs, even though he had a couple of college degrees, something that a lot of young people experience. And later that year, he also expressed being sick of getting made fun of for working at Goodwill. So he quit and instead got a job as an assistant manager at GNC, a supplement company. For some reason, he also claimed that this job would help him on his way to become an actor. I'm not really sure what made him think that, but, you know, who am I to say? Regardless, things seem to be looking up. Dale had just reached the the 10,000 subscriber milestone on YouTube.
Motivated, determined, resilient, confident, mentally untouchable. Notice I didn't say physical because no man is. Unfortunately, our physiology limits us anything past that.
Don't get me wrong, he definitely should be happy, but making a motivational video when you just got your second job at age 33 may be going a bit overboard, but hey, I'm still happy for him.
I walk a path that was aligned for me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance, allowing the correct blend of souls to cross paths, but not only to make eye contact, but to share passion with one another.
Unfortunately, his satisfaction wore off very quickly as his goals of becoming an actor weren't coming to fruition, and he was frustrated with his job, saying that it had the dumbest management ever. He also claimed that he had 3 jobs, which a lot of people doubt is true. But most importantly, he was in exactly the same spot as he'd always been when it came to his career as an online personality, losing games and whining about it with creative racial epithets. Here, we have him attacking Brazilian detractors by attaching an image of Brazilian natives, saying that his mic and cam would be off during the stream due to how upset he was. His hatred for Brazilians wasn't limited to this instance either.
Mods, ban anybody speaking Portuguese. Let's get these jungle fuckers out of here. This is an English stream, motherfucker. How the fuck you gonna be from Brazil and your computer in a hut talking shit? Get the fuck out of here.
In another instance, he said that if someone beat him with Balrog, the Street Fighter character, he was going to rage quit no matter what. And due to how often he got banned for the stuff he said online, he began using the word rog as a derogatory term for black people, usually in the context of black people losing their temper.
Ooh, I got fucking robbed!
While his statements about black people could often be seen as exaggerated for comedic value or a consequence of blind rage during gaming, it does slowly become clear that Dale genuinely resented ROGs, and perhaps had some racial self-hatred. For example, he once made a post on his Facebook page talking about how much he disliked crude blacks, and instead had a preference for what he referred to as sophisticated black people. What he probably wasn't counting on was that his own sister would see this post and reply, pointing out that she had offered him work with better pay than his job and helped him look for apartments when he needed to move, before saying that he was responsible for his own life circumstances, mentioning that he ruined his own credit score. In his reply, he said, "You're dead to me. See how messy you are? Focus on getting the GED before you address me again. Before I blast your black, bitter, chicken-headed in this post." She then fired back, saying that she made more money than him in tips, and claimed that he'd gotten his degrees while he was living off of a girl he was dating, who eventually put him in jail. In the middle of all of this, Dale once again changed his streaming rules and started charging $20 to turn the camera on, as well as $50 to stream for over an hour. If anyone made the mistake of expressing disapproval of anything he did or said during the stream, he would just ban them, regardless of whether they were a troll or someone who had previously donated and helped him out. 2017 is when Dale began rapidly accelerating his descent into madness, which was punctuated by his beef with fellow Street Fighter player Broly Legs. Broly was known for suffering from a medical condition which caused the muscles in his arms and legs to be severely underdeveloped. As a consequence, he played Street Fighter using only his mouth. But despite his obvious physical setbacks, from 2013 to 2017, he was the #1 Chun-Li player in the world. He even placed 25th in a Street Fighter V tournament with over 1,400 players. His popularity in the Street Fighter community was such that he got a promotional video on the official Street Fighter YouTube channel where he got to tell his life story.
It has its bumps here and there, but it's not unwelcoming at all. There's always a small place for everyone in the community. Whatever game you learn. When I started learning Street Fighter, I learned through people telling me I was nothing, that I would never be good in this game. This and that. It really drove me. Yeah, they were my friends, but I needed that to encourage me to be better.
And as with many unsuspecting players, he would eventually collide with Dale, and the result was funny and sad at the same time. Sometime in April, he and Low Tier God randomly matched, and in typical Low Tier God fashion, he lost the match and rage quit, all while throwing as many insults at Broly as possible. Before their match even started, he compared Broly to Krang, which is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles character that is an anthropomorphic brain in a mecha suit, obviously making fun of his disability. But naturally, Dale making fun of his disability made it that much more satisfying when the match came to its end.
I'm good, dude. I can't accept losses where I bodied you and you just get some fake shit on slobbering all over rollers and shit. I'm hella cool. You just didn't deserve that. I outplayed you, I bodied you, and you got lucky. That's not skill to me. That's not outplaying me. That doesn't mean you're better than me. I'll tell you what the lore is. Yeah, get that ass banned, bitch.
And while some people quickly rushed to Broly's defense, pointing out how low it was for Low Tier God to make fun of him for his disability, others maintained that the confrontation was fair. They felt that while Broly was physically handicapped, Low Tier God was mentally handicapped. Therefore, the odds weren't that bad. Broly tweeted out a screenshot of Low Tier God rage quitting, and at the same time also offered to help train him to get better at Street Fighter, which only helped to further enrage him.
I don't give a what that ugly ass slobbering half of a man is saying. I'm not gonna do anything to give that ugly worthless specimen anything to gain any type of notoriety to his pity name.
It's funny that he's saying this when Broly Legs had much more success as a competitive player than Dale ever did. And unfortunately in 2024, Broly did pass away, but we should never forget how we beat Low Tier God. Now Dale eventually wanted to clarify what happened, so he made a video explaining that he only felt comfortable laying into Broly because of what Broly had posted on Twitter. However, that's not really true, as Low Tier God was calling him Krang even before their match began, so this is just another excuse. Given how brazen he is during streams, I wish he would just embrace it instead of coming up with these fake apologies afterwards. It's not like anyone's falling for it anyway, he might as well just stick to being a dick. Now at this point, there was actually a period of time where Dale mostly kept himself out of trouble, mixing up his content and slightly moving away from the straightforward gameplay he was known for. For example, he did a reaction and commentary on the song Lift Yourself by Kanye West, which quickly became the most successful video on his channel. In 2018, he was then invited to take part in E-League The Challenger, which was a TV show where Street Fighter pros would compete against one another while living in the same house. He was the first to fight in the tournament against Rob TV, but despite talking himself up like he usually does was, he lost the match 5-1. Now you may be inclined to think that this was another L for LTG, but in reality, this could be considered the first W in his competitive gaming career. Not because he won the game itself, but instead because he took the loss in stride.
He just gets up, and I don't see him talking smack. He's not raging. He's just a regular guy.
Low tier God, nice try. However, that does put you out of the competition here at the Challenger House. Rob TV, you were safe another day, sir.
He also competed against another player named Giddy, and despite losing, the match ended on a pretty positive note, with the two not only shaking hands, but also hugging it out. However much people already hated him, Low Tier God is an entertaining guy. If he could just control his outbursts and try to get better at the game, instead of rage quitting whenever he found someone better than him, he actually would have a shot at becoming a competitive player and successful online personality.
Now it sucks being the first one to be eliminated, but I'm still in the house with 6 other phenomenal players that I can learn a lot from and just level up my game overall.
Unfortunately, the period of peace didn't last for long, as Dale pretty quickly went right back to his old ways.
Going forward in my Street Fighter career, my plan is simply to attend more tournaments. As long as I continue to travel, experience things, I think that I have a huge definite shot of being that ultimate great Street Fighter player that I yearn to be.
In June of 2018, for reasons beyond human understanding, Twitch decided to express some mercy and actually unban Dale, and he triumphantly returned for one single day. Now I have to admit that this time the ban wasn't his fault. He had naively allowed donators' profile pictures to show up on the stream, and one creative guy made their profile picture a nude image and then donated to get themselves on the screen before proceeding to report the stream themselves for nudity, even though they had been the one to make it happen. Now Dale did eventually get his account back, but his standing on the website was iffy at best, as he was banned and unbanned a bunch of times. But at this point, something else was brewing in the Low Tier God fandom: speculation around his relationship. One day, Dale abruptly left his own stream for a moment, and he forgot to mute himself, which then allowed his entire audience to hear him arguing with his girlfriend, Elena. She was upset that Dale wouldn't be around during their 4-year anniversary, because he was going to attend that year's EVO.
It's not about forgetting. Usually EVO is in July. The only reason you've been bringing up that shit is for the simple fact that I'm going to goddamn EVO. I don't know why you would do this a day before. You're fucking inconsiderate ass fucking child.
Their relationship ended right around the same time, but it's worth noting here that 2018 was when their 4-year anniversary was going to take place, meaning they had apparently been together since 2014, a fact that's going to become relevant in a second here. In June of 2019, a YouTube channel by the name of LX Sniper released an expose about LTG, covering a lot of the things that I've mentioned up until this point. Low Tier God actually responded to Sniper on stream, during which he showed a photo of him and exposed their DMs, where he threatened to beat LX up if they ever met in real life. Surprisingly, LX actually accepted the challenge, giving away his address so Dale could fight him, but nothing really came of it. There were many similar instances of Low Tier God instigating fights he wasn't actually willing to carry out, such as when his former mod, Donovan, got mad at him for refusing to unmod someone who called him the N-word.
I won't just sit there and allow you to talk shit like that and not want to fight you or not want some type of physical confrontation. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to put your money where your mouth is, okay?
When Donovan challenged Dale to a boxing match, he never got a reply. But the drama wasn't just coming from the inside of Dale's community. Instead, outsiders were now paying attention to the story, which led June the King to take notice. June is a video essay or internet documentary channel kind of similar to what I do, and he had taken notice of Low Tier God, leading him to post a video about his life and story. Dale was not very happy with this video's existence, accusing June of re-uploading his content, which June just did not do. He actually made an informative documentary about him, which used a few clips of him. But Low Tier God didn't really care. He actually threatened to flag June. This basically caused a copyright battle to happen, culminating in Low Tier God threatening to sue June the King for his video, which he claimed was defamatory and included doxed information. This was pretty strange since June never even referred to Low Tier God by his real name. Instead, he called him by his online alias, Deluian Sparrow. But what he did include was Low Tier God's real date of birth, something that Dale had a history of being very insecure about. In fact, his campaign of pretending to be younger than he actually was even affected some of the biographical data websites, which list him as being born in 1990, which does not seem to be the case. But Low Tier God didn't just retaliate against June in defense. He also went on the offense by doxing June the King himself repeatedly over the course of 1 month, only stopping once Killer Keemstar stepped in.
So basically, Keemstar was just like popping in there to be like, hey, You know, like, we're watching you, dude. So thank you, Keemstar, for stopping my doxing.
But even after that, he continued to regularly threaten June with all kinds of violence.
Somebody like him would run from me in person, and he wouldn't be able to run from me because I would catch his pipsqueak ass, choke him out till he begged me for life. Then right on his last inch of breath, I would literally say, so you still gonna research me, huh? Like, no, then LTD, please, no, and I'm just still choking him while he got his laptop, while he deletes the video. We're gonna get that taken down. I'm not worried about it.
Ultimately, he failed in his mission of taking the video down, and no lawsuit ever came out of it. And as funny as a lawsuit like that would have been for Dale to have to just argue against June for things that he showed in his video to be true, ultimately it's probably for the best that another documentary channel didn't get a lawsuit against it. But Low Tier God was now more defeated than ever, and he really needed to take out his rage on something, anything. So in April
What's up, Leviathan Mist? Yeah, I've never played this game anymore, but I think I heard Pro Jared said Four Fighters was good. I'm just grinding to get the short sword on my dudes. Costs a lot of money. Response speed. Wait, reset? So you can do that on the title screen? Oh shoot, I didn't really realize what that meant. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Oh sure, I had no idea there were, it goes up to 8. Let's reset again. Sponsor, yeah, I didn't know you could just do D-pad like that. Well, see how fast that is now. Oh, these guys seem strong. Maybe it's good that I just saved. Yeah, this is way faster. Didn't... Wait, so if you reset the game, you have to do that? Equip. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I thought that it just had a... I thought it was just equipped. I don't think I actually have armor though. Oh no, I do. Oh shoot. Yeah, I thought that it was just equipped when I put it there. Whoops. Leviathan missed carrying playthrough right now. Yeah, that was some oversights by me. ogres. These guys are new. Alright, we got enough for one. I should probably go to the end, actually.
encouraging that kind of behavior, he's just laughing at a crazy video. But Dale felt the need to respond, and to excuse it, he said that he shouldn't be expected to show remorse when trolls don't show remorse for doxing him 24/7.
Get mad because I didn't show remorse, but these don't show remorse when they keep doxing me 24/7, stealing from me 24/7, trying to pry into my personal life 24/7, antagonizing me 24/7, stalking me 24/7, stealing from me 24/7. We just gonna keep it at that.
He then said that because he never showed the video he was watching, he could have been laughing at anything else, like an episode of Tom and Jerry.
All I did was listen to audio and laugh. I could have been listening to everything. I could have been laughing at Tom and Jerry.
Proceeding to claim that that's what he was actually laughing at. Now, I won't play the original video of Dale reacting here, since you can hear the video sound, but I think it's pretty clear that that is what he was laughing at, and at this point, he would probably be better off just admitting that he laughed at the video, rather than continually denying it. Around the same time, another clip of him also went viral, this time consisting of him responding to someone who said he looked like he worked at Pizza Hut, with Low-Tier God, at a moment's notice, going on to write sexual fanfiction of himself with the chat member's mother.
That's all I could really do, and I submit, and I just bust infinite hot loads of matrix juice right down her mother.
This drama haunted him for months, with a back and forth between him and a creator going by Demigod Production, who had heavily criticized him on his channel. He eventually even challenged him to a boxing match, which ultimately backfired as every previous instance of Low-Tier God backing out of a fight came to light.
Can you afford 10 racks to put up the fight? I'll put up 10 racks tomorrow.
Bouncing as they run across the golden field of wheat.
When Demigod streamed, Low-Tier God started flaming him in the chat, but repeatedly refused to get on a Discord call with him to hash it out.
No, let's talk about it, Dale. Let's get on Discord and talk. How come you won't fight LX Dark Sniper?
The heat got so bad that Low-Tier God privated his Twitter during the incident, and the idea of a fight was never brought up again. While this was mostly a battle between equals, the next person who found themselves on Low-Tier God's path of destruction was a girl called Rotkill, who he attacked by posting nudes of her to his Twitter and Discord. She responded, calling him creepy and disgusting for doing what he did, and pointing out that she was 18 years old when the pictures were taken. She eventually created a GoFundMe to sue him for revenge pictures, which I assume means she sent him those pictures voluntarily at some point, but never consented to them being made public. But it's not totally clear to me what the circumstances are, as the information is pretty limited, and ultimately the lawsuit never came to be, as Rotkill vanished from all social media, while Low-Tier God continued to do his usual shtick, which included dancing while streaming at work. While 2021 ended with Dale sealing up the cracks, 2022 began with them coming back, because they smelled the syrup. A YouTube account uploaded a video claiming to have evidence that Low-Tier God and Elena started dating when he was 29 and she was 17. To prove it, he went back to the clip of Low-Tier God unknowingly having his mic unmuted while they argued, where they both acknowledged that their anniversary is coming up. Based on an Instagram post, she had just celebrated her 25th birthday, meaning she would have been 21 in 2018, and as a result, 17 when they started dating. There were already hundreds, if not thousands, of people actively looking for dirt, but this one YouTube account was the first major instance of Low-Tier God being accused of grooming or some kind of behavior with a girl that was too young for him. And it really got the attention of the rest of his detractor community, who started investigating his past. They managed to find more evidence reinforcing the narrative that he was already dating her, such as them talking about going to the movies together and ditching school to see each other. By the way, during the same stream where they talk about this, there's also this very interesting conversation.
Toilet paper spreads E. coli.
Actually, not using toilet paper spreads E. coli because when you shoot up the thing and all your poop splats in the bathtub, I've seen it before.
Well, actually, I
I've
use
seen it.
toilet paper to test the ass first.
I've seen it.
To test the ass first.
I've
You never
seen
seen
it.
shit in the shower.
And then he has like the shower curtain on the inside of the shower, and you could smell it.
Now, Elena specified that their anniversary was for the day that they met, not for the day they started dating. But a lot of people had a few issues with this narrative. First off, they pointed out that who calls celebrating the day they met their anniversary? Surely there are people who do that, but anniversary is typically used as a celebration of when the relationship began. Secondly, there are only 2 jump cuts in this entire video, and one of them is conspicuously right after she mentions this, which to a lot of people looked very weird. They thought maybe something was cut out. And lastly, this mukbang video was recorded when the two were still getting along, which led a lot of people to speculate that Elena had some motivation to protect him from being seen as a bad guy. However, since they're falling out, Elena shared a post on her Instagram talking about how men who tell young women they're mature only do so because women their age see them as bums. She even subtitled it with the phrase, "Wish I knew this earlier." Now, I do have to say that as far as I can tell, she never explicitly claimed that Dale did anything wrong here, so this is really pure speculation based on the available clues that people are looking at. Into. However unconfirmed these claims are, Low Tier God definitely does have a history of saying some very suspect things.
They said she's 16. It don't matter. She don't look 16, bro. And plus, no jumper posted her. So we have something here. I want to show the glute game. I want to see what the glute game looks like. They said she's 16. Literally at the gym, I wouldn't look at her twice. She's 16.
Over the next couple of minutes, he proceeds to make very suggestive comments about the girl in question. And this isn't the only instance of Dale being like this. He's also defended none other than the certified lover boy himself.
What I think Drake is doing, right? What he's doing is he's going around grooming young women or young girls that are going to evolve into women at a certain point in time in their life. Drake has got tired of f***ing adult women who are ran through. Promiscuous adult women, I would like to say. Drake has fornicated, had sex, whatever you guys would like to call it, with numerous women. When does it give when you run into tarnished pennies over and over and over and over again? To the point where it intrigues you, where you groom something that's a little younger, you coach, you develop a woman into your liking without engaging in any type of sexual contact, but sort of mentally grooming that woman who is untouched and untainted into the world. You ever just took a dirty penny and tossed it away, and then you see a shiny penny and you want to keep it and you want to save it? That's how Drake feels about women that are tarnished. Most women that you run into are going to be tarnished pennies. It is very rare to see in general a penny that is brand new. Most pennies you see are dirty, ugly, disgusting. You see them on the floor, you kick them. Drake got tired of dealing with tarnished pennies, tossed them away, said, you know what, I want that one shiny, brand new penny, and I'm gonna keep that in my pocket for 4+ years if I have to. And then when that penny is at its prime age or prime date, I'm going to take that penny and cherish it. Now, if you did not understand that, I feel sorry for your brain. I feel sorry for your IQ. I feel sorry for your non-thinking outside the box mentality. But then again, I can't blame you because 95% of humans on the planet Earth do not think outside the box, which is why you were labeled weird for something as simple as believing in extraterrestrial life.
He sounds pretty familiar with the concept, I'll give him that. He's a historian. In March, a kawaii edit of his infamous speech was uploaded, which now sits at almost 3.5 million views and is just really funny. But it's also yet another example of how much the Low Tier God brand had improved in visibility. He was actually building a lot of momentum. Unfortunately, after months of enjoying the increased popularity he'd gotten, in December of 2022, he was banned from YouTube because he streamed on his second channel while his main channel had a strike, which is against the terms of service. He was apparently unaware of this rule and tried to get his channel back, and while that didn't happen, he did retweet all of the supportive comments from people who were pushing for him to be freed. During the campaign, someone even hacked British news presenter Piers Morgan's Twitter account and said, "Shout out my boy Low Tier God, also known as Dale. He turned 38 last month. I hope you get your channel back, bro, so you can go back to begging kids for money." The hacker also brought up a few embarrassing clips of his, such as the one where he talks about urinating in bottles.
Sorry, but I'm still pissing in bottles, guys. Since you're obsessed with me urinating in bottles, yes, to answer your question, yes, I still f***ing piss in bottles.
Apparently, he does this because he dislikes how much the liquid splashes around when you do it into a toilet. I don't really know why this is the solution, but you know what, to each their own. Now, since we're on the topic of his Twitter, it's only fair that I show you a couple
Who's on Pierce
back,
Morgan?
bro, so you can go back to begging kids. for money. The hacker also brought up a few embarrassing clips of his, such as the one where he talks about urinating in bottles.
Sorry, but I'm still questioning.
As he dislikes how much the liquid splashes around when you do it into a toilet. I don't really know why this is the solution, but you know what, to each their own. Now, since we're on the topic of his Twitter, it's only fair that I show you a couple of his bangers, such as his reaction to Zendaya, someone he's been known to simp for, being with Tom Holland, which he called a bad genetic match. And another highlight, he replied to a woman who said that most men are bad in bed, to which he said, a lot of women's box is foul, so we aren't even turned on enough to care. Fact-checked and verified by true American patriots. Regardless of how much traction he got on Twitter, it didn't seem like his YouTube ban would go away anytime soon, prompting him to make an account on a website called Trovo. In the process of switching over to the platform, he also renamed all of his alt accounts on YouTube to his clothing brand's name so they would stay unbanned if he ever wanted to come back. For the time being, Dale was officially committed to Trovo streaming, where he eventually got about 2,000 followers, while at the same time trying to ban-evade on YouTube from repurposing old accounts to pretending to be an AI program with no cam or mic. But ultimately, nothing worked, and despite his best efforts, he never succeeded in returning. After a short while, he stopped streaming on Trovo and announced he'd be moving over to Kick. He also made an account on Rumble and started uploading videos again. And just as it started looking like Low Tier God was going to be permanently relegated to alt-tech websites getting little to no views, in March of 2023, his Twitch channel was suddenly and ceremoniously unbanned.
Through it all with proper planning, placement, and the correct space and time. Here I stand. Mistakes made. Battles fought.
And at the same time, in the sphere of mainstream content creators, something interesting was happening. Corey X Kenshin and Jadeon, two very big YouTubers, made videos calling out what they perceived to be issues with injustice on their respective platforms, whether it be unfair bans or demonetizations, or even what Corey perceived to be racism from YouTube. Low Tier God chimed in and basically said that they were in too good of a position to be complaining about anything.
I really don't understand why a guy like Gideon that is very popular, that has a huge fan base, verified on multiple platforms, gets millions of views per video, and then he has a side clip channel, video, and endorsements, and can still stream on YouTube, has a problem with getting banned on Twitch. I want you to sub to my premium channel, and I'm upset because Twitch still didn't ban me after I got cool with Pokimane.
And as a result, he managed to get noticed by Kai Cenat, who watched his stream, and the results were pretty interesting.
Quote unquote, whatever, like Kai Cenat probably wouldn't get blown on the front page of Twitch. Can anybody in here guess why? I don't care how lit he is. Can anybody guess why? That they wouldn't run behind
Why?
Kai Cenat to put him on the front page or acknowledge him or anything like that?
Why?
It's bad marketing. When you go in the stream, the N-word is said 1,000,000 freaking times.
Okay.
Now, there were a few schools of thought on this. A lot of Kai's fans obviously agreed with him and said that he was in the right and Low Tier God was wrong. But on the other hand, interestingly, some of Low Tier God's detractors in the comments noted how Kai, to them, immediately proved his point by reacting in the way he did. Right around the same time that the drama was happening, another clip from Low Tier God streams also went viral. And although the original unedited version came out at this time, a new edit of it that came out a few months later became much, much bigger.
Mods, crush the skull, thank you.
As Deluian Sparrow was peaking in mainstream attention, Corey, who used to be a supporter of Low Tier Gods, did a complete 180, claiming to have just found out about his past controversies.
I thought he was a funny streamer until some people warned me of his past. Ever since, I haven't had any correspondence with this man. Y'all wildin'. My guy, Corey Kenshin, what is wrong with you, bro?
Fast forward to March of 2023, and with this heightened visibility and all of these large content creators talking about him, a big opportunity was on the horizon. Jadeon decided to interview Low Tier God.
Why are you the way you are?
You mean why was I the way I was?
No, you're still that way.
What gave you that depiction?
I mean, some of those clips look pretty recent. They don't seem that far away.
Now, probably because he knew how big of an audience Jadeon had, Mr. Sparrow behaved himself a lot better than usual. One example is when the controversy surrounding him laughing at a man taking his own life was brought up. Instead of making jokes about Tom and Jerry, he opted to explain that he processed the situation by laughing.
But why laugh? Why laugh?
That's the way I processed it. I processed it because he got a call with a woman that didn't want to be with him anymore, so he said fuck it and blew his dome off. So for me, the only way I could process it was to laugh. I couldn't console and feel sad for a guy that ended his life over a female.
And despite how antagonistic Gideon was towards him, the comment section was actually widely positive, referring to Gideon's defense of Kai Cenat as blind D-writing and hailing Low Tier God as the reasonable side of the argument. From there, in September, he also got an interview with No Jumper, which was much less hostile than the one with Gideon. They even got personal, and for the first time ever, Low Tier God willingly showed some degree of vulnerability when he discussed his own struggle with severe adult content addiction, admitting to at one point apparently jerking off 9 times in one day.
Now there's nothing that could get you to the point of having to beat off?
Maybe like, I'm trying to think if I could just think of something, like maybe sleep. Like if I just really needed sleep and I just couldn't get there no other way.
Unfortunately, this transparency and humanity was much less consistent when they started going over his online history, as Low Tier God frequently downplayed his controversies to make them seem more acceptable. But regardless of that, because of the interview with Gideon and No Jumper, along with his Twitch being unbanned, Low Tier God was getting hundreds, if not thousands of new viewers who didn't know about the lore or didn't care because they found him entertaining. While he did also get a whole new crowd of detractors, he had so many new supporters that it didn't really matter, including a fellow Twitch streamer by the name of Rose. The two had met at TwitchCon, and ever since then, they got friendly with each other to the point that he was dedicating songs to her and serenading her on his stream.
Unforgettable, I don't need that loot. I got no need, don't wanna give up on it, don't body.
He also managed to convince her that he was born in 1990, leading her to defend him on stream and claim that she personally saw evidence he wasn't in his 30s.
I know his actual age. He's not 39. Okay. Like I said, all the rumors I've heard, like I said, me being groomed, him abusing me, all these things, we were secretly dating. He's 4 years old. I've seen everything. Like the real deal. Okay, I've seen proof. Dude he's far from 40.
Despite how intensely his detractor community hated him and spread the word about his past misdeeds, it wasn't enough to stop his resurgence, as clip after clip of his streams went viral. Despite everything that happened, he somehow managed to resist the incessant barrage of hate he got, and after years of persistence, he was finally getting results, which culminated in early 2024 when he was invited to be at the Streamer Awards.
Brought to you by Junk Food Arcades is Low Tier God.
Why do I hear boos? I hear a lot of boos. All right, let's step up the cheers. All right, this is a big surprise. Let's get it.
The audience at the awards, as well as the people watching online, were equally confused as to how this happened. A guy who is as controversial as him, with as many allegations as him, somehow managed to get within the Twitch aristocracy at the biggest yearly event for streamers in the entire year. The same guy who said what he said about Broly Legs is somehow in the same room as Hassan Piker and Pokimane. Honestly, the more I think about it, that actually makes perfect sense. And while people did try to talk about what a travesty they thought it was for this to have happened, ultimately they were violently ratioed by Low Tier God, calling them a bum. But just because he was successful in keeping himself unbanned on Twitch and occasionally getting mainstream recognition didn't mean that his detractors would rest. In March, a YouTuber called Covenant Balrog interviewed someone who claimed to be Low Tier God's former roommate. Among other, less important pieces of info, he claimed that Low Tier God owed him $600. On its own, this didn't do much, as when it made its way to the man himself,
Anybody that I was roommating with would have had to have been way before I started getting money like that. So they're most likely a broke, worthless ass nigga.
However, this did set the entire detractor community on a new quest, finding out if Low Tier God's claims of being financially well off were true or not. First, someone who had been doxxed by Dale decided to repay the favor and go to the actual apartment complex where Low Tier God apparently lived, only to find out that the apartments were state-managed low-income housing, meaning he couldn't possibly live there if he made over 50 grand a year. Then, they found his credit report, and according to that, he was 120 grand in debt with a credit score of 660. For context, 700 is considered the bare minimum for a good score. And his debt was composed of many different things. $66,000 of his debt was paying off a car loan, for a 2015 Dodge Charger with a vanity plate of his fake name. While the rest of the debt was nothing to really write home about, people did find it entertaining to find out that after all these years, Low Tier God was indeed the Black DSP, over $100,000 in debt and all. But just as it seemed that the financial info dump was over, the trolls dug up something shocking. In August of 2023, Low Tier God had opened an account in the Department of Child Support. This discovery single-handedly unraveled years of secrecy, as a leak of court documents showed that not only did he have a daughter, but also a 10-year-old daughter. He had a kid all the way back in the early 2010s, and somehow, despite finding out everything else about him in the meantime, he managed to keep that out of the public eye. The genie was officially out of the bottle. Eventually, Low Tier God would address this, claiming that his debt wasn't actually debt.
Anytime you purchase something, it's gonna go on your TRW as quote-unquote debt, but it's not actual debt. It's just something that you just simply haven't paid off yet that you're making payments on.
That's not really what that means. You're still in debt if you're paying off a car loan, but regardless, this was his final word on the matter. As for his hypothetical daughter, he simply left it at saying that he was no one's dad.
I got 2 cats if you want to count that, but that's cool. I'm nobody's father. I promise you that.
Ever since, this has been a pretty sensitive topic for him, as he's banned anyone who even came close to discussing it. For example, when someone posted a video of a 10-year-old who was believed to be his daughter on his Discord server, he got rid of it instantly. It didn't seem like the drama really affected him too much though, as he was comfortable enough to even get freaky on main.
Listen, I don't consider that a diss because I would love for a sexy ass woman to give me some lemonade. So I don't really consider that a diss. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing wrong with a little fetish. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with that? Yeah, what's wrong with the woman's golden Eve nectar?
But as the various claims about Dale got bigger and bigger, it eventually got the attention of someone unexpected, his baby mama, or at least someone claiming to be his baby mama. A number of comments left by a user gave context to the story of Low Tier God's child, claiming that a picture of him holding a baby that was making the rounds wasn't of him and his daughter, as according to her, he had never even met his own child, and denied her existence altogether. Naturally, this piqued the attention of another Low Tier God hater, who interviewed this person.
I loathe every stream that he's done where he speaks about children and, oh, I'm not trying to get emotional. And when he speaks on women.
If her claims are to be trusted, she met Dale at a small party, and he slid into her DMs after she posted something about gaming. After that, they had a casual relationship that lasted about half a year, which came to a screeching halt when she got pregnant. While she refused to confirm whether or not he asked her to get an abortion, she did say that he refused to sign his daughter's birth certificate. Interestingly, when she served him papers in 2023, he signed them without a hassle, and he apparently didn't even ask for a DNA test, meaning he was well aware that the child was his.
Has it already been confirmed his age? Like,
yes.
Okay. Well, I don't want to say. That's also going to tell my age too, but I mean, I don't care. But
you don't have to tell your age.
I wasn't a teenager. I can tell you that.
Okay.
I was not a teenager.
But with all of that said, with all of the controversies, with all of the insane clips, where does that leave us? As of today, Low Tier God is still streaming on Twitch, and despite all these issues, he's more successful today than he's ever been. He's been steadily growing on Twitch for over a year, his TikTok has 200,000 followers, and he even collabed with Deji, or as I know him, Comedy Shorts Gamer, in a Tekken video in June of this year, further solidifying his foothold in mainstream gaming. However, many of his original followers have become dissatisfied with the direction of his content, claiming he's become too PG in fear of getting banned.
Guys, love yourself. That's all I gotta say. If you look in the mirror and hate yourself, love yourself. Yes, you should love yourself now. Yes, you should. Because I do.
Ultimately, it's hard to blame him since he's been banned so many times. I will say though, because of the change in spirit, a lot of people have been missing the old, lightning-eyed low-tier god that would verbally dismantle the soul of people in his chat over anything and everything. The only question from here is, can low-tier god maintain good behavior, or is he bound to remain forever trapped in his extremely toxic and self-defeating mindset? Ultimately, only time will tell. But until that happens, I've been Turkey Tom. Thank you very much for watching the
much. Funny enough, there were actual glitches happening to the video itself. Adobe Premiere kept crashing, and I'm not at all surprised because of how massive this video was. There was so much green screen, so many layers and effects that it kept freezing up. At times, I was very nervous that the whole project was going to become unresponsive and I would lose several months of work. So I made sure to back it up constantly on multiple servers and save different versions. I also broke it up into multiple project files going scene by scene. One of the most time-consuming things was cropping out all the junk in the corners of the frame. Unless you have a super gigantic... most time-consuming things was cropping out all the junk in the corners of the frame. Unless you have a super gigantic green screen, that kind of thing can be unavoidable. So I'd have to draw a mask around the bodies, and if he's jumping or doing some kind of complex movement, I would have to make keyframes to follow him around. It's not that bad when it's just a few shots, but when it's a 25-minute video and every shot has something to work on, it can drag on for over 100 hours. This project consumed me for a while, but that's the nature of the game. Same when I was working on the Mario 3 episode, the Rob the Robot episode, the Mega Man one. When you get excited about a project, you just have to dive into a very irrational mindset. You lose sleep, you're not answering emails, things pile up, but then the video's done, you're proud of it, and you move on to the next. Funny enough, there were actual glitches happening to the video itself. Adobe Premiere kept crashing, and I'm not at all surprised.
In 1987, Square was a struggling developer about to go out of business, and in a bid to save their future, they released one last video game, aptly titled Final Fantasy. That's not why they called it that. They originally wanted to call it Fighting Fantasy, but that name was taken, so they went with the next best F word they could think of. No, not that F word. Anyway, this game was eventually released into America in 1990. I've talked before about how I've had a long sentimental history with the Final Fantasy franchise. With it reaching its 30-year anniversary, it's been long overdue since I looked back upon it. The original Final Fantasy game is how I got started, and I love it. But I've never given it the proper critical eye. Until now. One of my favorite things about the original game is how your party is whatever you want it to be. It gives you 6 classes to choose from for 4 party members. This alone gives a lot of replayability as you can try different party makeups and challenge yourself. Just don't do 4 white mages. That'll never work. For this playthrough, I'm going with my favorite build: Fighter, Thief, White Mage, and Black Mage. And what better way to go on a journey to save the world than alongside my friends? Unfortunately, the names max out at 4 letters, so join our warriors of light, Peeb, Jerd, Ian, and Joof. The game begins with the party right outside the kingdom of Corneria, or Cornelia in the more modern translations. You start off with nothing, and a paltry 400 gold to purchase weapons, armor, and a couple of spells. The story is that a disgraced knight of Corneria, Garland, kidnapped Princess Sarah and took her north to the Temple of Fiends. The 4 warriors, each carrying a darkened orb, or crystal, set out to rescue her. It's a simple premise: save the princess. Basic, but it gets you going into the game right away. After getting the entire party equipped and realizing how dirty my face is, I feel personally attacked. It's out to the wilderness for, what else? Random battles. It may not seem like it, but this screen alone was revolutionary when this game came out. The enemy party is clear, and more importantly, you can see your own party to the side. See, before Final Fantasy, the few NES RPGs that came out before this were in first-person view, with little to no animation, with static battle screens and text playing out what happens in battles. Suddenly, there's this new hotness that's like, whoa! Did you see that? He swung his sword! Holy crap! That was fire! These few simple graphics made the battles so much more alive than anything we had seen before. Seeing the power of your spells helps you feel it, and when you feel it, battles become more engaging. And every time you deal damage, you see them get covered in a fart cloud, I guess. Battles are completely turn-based. Each round, you choose an action for each one of your party members, and then see them play out in a random order, affected by their agility stat. To be efficient, you need to pick your targets carefully, because in this game, if a monster is killed and another party member was targeting them, that attack hits nothing and is ineffective. One of the most common criticisms I hear of this battle system is the ineffective attacks. It annoys players and feel like they wasted attacks and time. And, well, they did. Think of it this way. Another problem most people have with RPGs is when a random battle starts and all you have to do is rapidly press the A button to fight and move on as quickly as possible. But with this system, you can't, and it works great. These ineffective attacks keep you engaged in every battle. To move on quickly, you need to plan out your turns and use your teams as efficiently as possible, rather than just mashing A to physically attack everything. As you get a feel for your party and their strengths, and the overall toughness of the enemies you fight, you become aware of the best strategies and act accordingly. For example, I know that in this group of imps, Peeb can easily take one down on his own. Jerd has an okay chance of killing one, as does Ian. Joof doesn't stab for much and will definitely not kill one by himself unless he casts a spell, but he can back up Jerd or Ian to help guarantee slaying that enemy, minimizing the damage we'll take in return. That in mind, I execute and can see it play out. This is the thought process you'll go through for every single battle. You stay in there, thinking out attacks that minimize damage or don't waste spells, and execute your plans. This does make battles feel like they take longer, but to me, having to think this way for every fight to maximize efficiency is awesome, and I would gladly trade off exercising my brain each fight for the convenience of rapidly pressing A. The actual combat itself is simplistic. Everything is in text boxes at the bottom, showing the attacker, the target, and the results. Not exactly the most thrilling, no. It makes battles feel slow-paced. I'm pretty old school though, so to me when I see this, I imagine it's like the game is a dungeon master telling me the results. Like it's saying to me, Jerd attacks the wolf, 22 damage. It even has a slight delay on some results, giving itself its own sense of dramatic pause. Peeb attacks the mad pony, 36 damage, terminated. The brief pause between attacks also gives each action a sense of impact, like it gives it a moment for everything to sink in. Your brain gets a small moment to process what just happened. Newer RPGs move so fast that your choices are almost reactionary instead of planned out, thought through, or strategic. But here, you see what went down and you can think out your options. I'm not saying this battle system is better than others, but it does have its own merits that worked fantastic for the time, and personally, I think still holds up, especially for people who are more accustomed to older RPGs. If you find this combat to be too slow or too boring, honestly, you're not wrong, but I hope you understand why this was so good and why I still love it. Speaking of love, the level ups in this game are so good. Maybe it's just a personal preference, but when I level up in an RPG, I want to know exactly what improves, and Final Fantasy provides that. This is a rarity for RPGs, since most try to save time by not giving you that information. But this is what makes leveling up so fun, is seeing what improves, especially since this game has a little bit of a randomness factor. So it's really exciting when Joof gets a large hit point boost since I'm so used to him getting jack squat. Oh my god, Joof, just break 200 already! After leveling up a little bit, we went to the Temple of Fiends and faced Garland, who is as threatening as a Nintendo game can let him be. I, Garland, shall knock you all down! Defeating him returns Princess Sarah back to the king, who orders a bridge to be built, letting you cross the continent into a more expansive world. This also triggers one of the most iconic things in the history of Final Fantasy. This little scene is wonderful for two reasons. One, it sets up that your journey has just begun. You saved the princess, but could barely go anywhere. Now, the world opens up to you and the true test has begun. Two, this is the first instance of what is commonly known as the theme of Final Fantasy. This song would be used in every main series Final Fantasy game from here on out. Except for 2. And 10. And 13, so not all of them. Alright, never mind. Every battle also starts with what I consider a very iconic bass line. This is used for numerous battle songs in a lot of Final Fantasy games. I love this! Every time I hear this, I'm filled with nostalgia of the series' roots and excitement to see how far it's come with whatever current game I'm playing. And few things are as iconic or triumphant as that victory theme. Seriously, people who have never even played a Final Fantasy game will hum this jingle to themselves after succeeding at something. And one more iconic song, the Prelude, is played right as you start up. Speaking of franchise staples, how about the Black Mage? Of all the character designs that started here, this one has endured the most. Airships started in this game, as did the general sci-fi elements of the series, as even this game has robots and ancient civilizations that is somehow more advanced than modern day. It also has the main characters going around to restore 4 crystals, each one representing one of the elements. Gee, an epic RPG in which you collect 4 treasures of the elements, and I don't know how to make this running gag work here? The general story is pretty loose as you travel the land and help towns with local problems, each one pertaining to one of the 4 crystals, or orbs as they're called in this game, which is actually a pretty good plot structure as you're solving several smaller arcs that all feed into a much larger story. Pretty impressive for an NES game. Final Fantasy also has several great moments of breaking linearity. As soon as you cross the bridge, you can freely explore the world available to you without any fears. Then, after helping the dwarves blow open the canal, the entire ocean is open to you with several towns to go to. You can also skip the volcano and go straight to the ice cave, which goes to the airship, which opens up the rest of the game, and then you can do all kinds of things out of order. There's even a completely optional side quest involving Bahamut. If you complete his trial in the Castle of Ordeals and deliver him the rat tail from there, he awards you with a class change, powering up your entire party. Peeb the Fighter becomes a knight, allowing him to cast low-level white magic. Jerd the Thief becomes a ninja, giving him more access to weapon proficiencies and being able to cast black magic. Ian and Joof become white and black mages, allowing their full potential and being able to cast the most powerful spells in the game. I also really like this moment because it shows that your party has gone on such a journey that they just didn't gain levels. They matured. They look older, more experienced, wiser. You feel their increase in power, either from casting higher level spells or suddenly dealing more hits with every attack. This, in addition to the level up stating precisely what increases each time, makes growth of your party in this game feel so rewarding. It's exciting every time, rather than just something that you have to do to progress. With all this constant praise and love for Final Fantasy, you're probably wondering, does it even do anything wrong? Well, half the game doesn't work. Good God, there are so many bugs and glitches in this game, it's not even funny. Like half the spells don't work. Temper and Saber are supposed to increase your attack power. They don't work. There's a lock spell which is supposed to make it easier to hit your enemies, but instead does the exact opposite and makes them get way more evasion. Remember how I said it's awesome when the game tells you when stat increases happen? Well, intelligence doesn't work, so your spells don't improve at all. The luck stat is used for running away, and it doesn't work properly either. It's more about what position you are in the party rather than the luck, making the one defining trait of the thief absolutely worthless. You can also find rare equipment like the Flame Sword to deal more damage against undead and ice monsters, the Were Sword to deal more damage against Were enemies, the Dragon Sword for dragons, Coral Sword, Sun Sword, Giant Sword, and more! None of them work! They're all just regular swords. Sometimes the bugs work in your favor, as is the famous Peninsula of Power. This small area lets you fight enemies that were intended for way later in the game, and a well-placed Fire 2 blast can skyrocket your party in experience points and gold pieces. Which is needed sometimes, since this game has a few moments of sudden difficulty spikes. Aside from the single-room Temple of Fiends, the first true dungeon you go into is the Marsh Cave. And if you're not prepared, this place will kick your ass. Everything deals a lot of damage. Some enemies resist attacks, and a whole mess of them will poison you. The volcano drains your hit points with every step. There's also the ice cave, which you need to do to get the airship, and this place is filled with dudes that instantly kill you with a single touch. Or, how about making your way through the second to last dungeon, and right before the fight with the fourth elemental fiend, this super rare monster War Mech shows up and wrecks your entire party, and you gotta do the whole dungeon again! Anyway, after defeating all 4 fiends and each elemental orb is restored, you see all their energies from the 4 corners of the world lead to a center point of the map, and that point is the Temple of Fiends, back where it all began. Returning there and using the light orbs to remove the dark orb there reveals a teleporter, which transports the entire party 2,000 years into the past. There you battle the 4 fiends once more and face the final villain of it all, Garland. Remember him? Seriously though, do you? It turns out the person who released the fiends 2,000 years ago, plunging the world into darkness, was Garland, who was sent into the past by the fiends themselves, creating a time loop. Garland then becomes the ultimate evil, Chaos. Thankfully, our stalwart heroes, Peeb, Jerd, Ian, and Joof, defeat him and save the land, sending them back to the present with everyone having no knowledge of their feats. This also means the prophecy of the 4 light warriors saving the world was self-fulfilling and became true because you already did it in the past, and it turns out Final Fantasy games have always had a history of having overly convoluted plots. By the way, if you were wondering where all the top-notch graphics were in this game, it's right here in the end credits. Look at that. That's a good-looking The End. This was awesome! I thoroughly enjoyed playing this again. I still have just as much fun and excitement playing this now as I did almost 30 years ago. It's easy to see why this game was so successful in Japan and in America. In fact, Final Fantasy 1 is still worth playing today. But not this version. Final Fantasy I was ported numerous times, first to the Wonder Swan, which was brought to the PlayStation 1 under Final Fantasy Origins, and then updated again for the Game Boy Advance as Dawn of Souls, and one more update onto the PSP. Honestly, any one of these versions is better than the original. Things are rebalanced, bugs are fixed, new things are added, any one of these are fine. I think the PS1 version offers the closest recreation to the original game with reasonable modern conveniences, while the PSP version has updates that makes it play much differently, but also has the most content and easily looks the best. I can easily recommend playing Final Fantasy I again, at least any of the ports that I mentioned. If you're truly old school or have patience, then the NES original is still excellent. That's why my final rating for this game is a Black Mage out of 10. It's simple, but everything about
Hello, J Johnson 134.
First, we gotta go over each class individually, and then I'll explain the setup so you can make your most informed decision before beginning your Final Fantasy I adventure. So you want a character that can hit hard and also get hit hard without too much trouble. This class is exactly what you're looking for. If you're fairly new to the Final Fantasy I experience, you'll benefit the most from having a warrior in your party. And you may actually want to have more than one in your party. But that gets a little expensive, which means you'll need to grind a bit, and that means not only more money but higher levels. Something you'll want to have in this game, I promise you. While they can be fairly expensive to keep the latest and greatest armor on them, they're still the overall strongest class in the game, making them a no-brainer for a speedy and comfortable playthrough when balanced with the right mages. Once you attain the class change, knights can learn basic white magic spells, essentially making them a paladin. These guys start off weak, there's no way around it. However, as the game goes on and you level them up, thieves start hitting decently hard themselves and have high agility, meaning they'll probably attack before anyone else. If you're looking to run a lot from enemies to get through the dungeons quicker, definitely choose a thief. Their high agility and luck means they'll probably be the first to act in a battle, and if the run command is chosen, you should be out of a battle before the enemy has a chance to even realize what's happening. Once class change occurs, they'll turn into a ninja and they'll learn basic level black magic spells. They'll also start hitting as hard as a knight in most cases. Be warned, their HP levels will often be lower than a white mage, so keep them protected if you do use them. Monks are on par with warriors as far as damage goes, but you'll see pretty early on that they can ultimately do more damage than a knight. The only draw here is a low defense stat, and equipping monks with defensive items will mostly decrease that stat, or be equal to the monk's natural defense, which is the worst. It's best to keep your monk absolutely naked for most of the game, as burdening him with a weapon is the worst thing you can do, which in the end will save you a ton of money, which is something that you also need in the game. Class change to master equals exactly nothing, as they don't gain any magical abilities, and actually they get less defense upgrades than their previous class, which is just silly. Towards the end of the game though, equipment does become available to boost defense, but I'd absolutely keep a protect spell around just in case. Red mages are weird. I've never had any luck with them. As far as stats go, they pretty much run down the line of neutrality. Much lower HP than warriors, and less MP than mages, they don't really hit hard with physical or magical attacks, playing the role of a supporting actor. They can use a select group of white and black magic spells up to level 7, and can equip almost everything that a knight can. Class change to red wizard just means slightly more spells and equipment opens up, and that's kinda it. Early on in game, I'd actually keep this fella down there with the mages, maybe even below your white mage. I'll explain how the placement of characters means a lot in just a bit, but for now, the essential healer. White mages will keep all of your other characters healthy and protected, and can use magic that hit undead enemies, so they're useful in that nature too. It would be best to absolutely keep one of these mages around, but do not let them get knocked out under any circumstance. Keep your white mage protected at all costs, opting to spend a little money keeping their equipment upgraded. Speaking of upgrades, class change equals white wizard. The only thing gained really is the ability to equip more weapons and armor, and higher intelligence stats as you level up. Overall, they've got low speed and low evasion, so when they do get hit, it's pretty brutal in most cases. Me personally, I find that the white mage or white wizard using Thor's hammer as an item to cast Thundara works wonderfully well since they have high intelligence stats. And finally, our beloved Black Mage. I love a Black Mage. I use one in every setup. Firstly, they've got naturally low defense just like a White Mage, but their evasion stat is higher, meaning they'll definitely take some damage but will more than likely take it a little bit better. Intelligence stats are very high, making them essential for magic setups, especially when using spells that hit all enemies, at least to me. Later on in the game, after changing to a Black Wizard, they become the little wizard that could, and can actually hit pretty decently with physical attacks. Alright, before diving into setups and ways you can not only get through the game with relative ease, but also give yourself a massive challenge, I need to make note of placement within a party. It's relatively old information now, and I'm not really sure if it pertains to the Pixel Remaster version of Final Fantasy I, but generally the higher up in position, the more they get hit. It's something similar to characters in the top position has a 75% chance of being attacked, second position has a 50% chance, and the bottom two characters each have 25%. Don't quote me on those percentages, but it's fairly similar to that. I've also got channel memberships available now, and merch, so if you feel like supporting the channel in that way, please. I've got bills and cats. Both of those things are stupid expensive. Anyway, so to have the best party altogether, you'll need a good combination of physical and magical attacks, plus defensive stuff too. I mean, you can use any party you want to, like 4 warriors or all monks or mages. Those types of setups are good for challenge runs. Of the 126 possible setups, I'll be focusing on the best 4 balanced setups, and then I'll look at other setups afterwards. By the way, let me ask you, what's your favorite Final Fantasy 1 party setup? Leave it in a comment and I'm actually going to go through and grade them. If I don't get to yours specifically, I'm very sorry, but I'm going to do my best to grade each and every one of them. This is a solid setup, especially towards the end of the game. You've got high stats including speed and fairly decent defense. You shouldn't have too much trouble making your way through this game with this setup. The speed stat from the thief helps you rush through dungeons if you feel like running from everything. As far as raw stats go, this one is stronger than the last overall. You've got 3 good physical attackers, and still a lot of magical ability, along with the high speed stat from the thief. If you did use this setup, I would definitely play the game a little out of order to get the class change quicker for the sake of your red mage learning better spells. Click this card to see my video about playing the game out of order, among other weird things to get through the game faster. This is my preferred setup right now. I've recently come across and started using the monk, and the results have been wonderful. It is weird to keep them unequipped for so long, but again, the results speak for themselves. There's a lot of specialization in this party, with each character doing one thing and one thing well. The only problem with this is, if someone dies, the entire party suffers. This was my go-to party for a long time. This setup is just massive, but quite expensive. You've got a ton of power mixed with a ton of intelligence. The speed stat won't even matter as you don't have a reason to run from anyone. The only problem with this setup besides the lack of gil you'll have lying around is the fact that there's only one Excalibur weapon, unless you opt to get the Masamune. Then Chaos doesn't stand a chance. You can also build parties that are more magic based, like Red Mage, Monk, White Mage, Black Mage, and things like that for fun if you hate using the fight command and you want to experiment with finishing battles with some thought put into them. Alternatively, you can also have a more physical based party, like 2 Warriors, Monk, and Red Mage. Or why not all Black Mages or White Mages? First, we'll focus on what the wiki article calls 4 of a kind. 4 warriors. Not a challenge at all, actually. You just won't have any healing capabilities until later on. 4 red mages. Kinda similar to the warrior run, except after class change you'll have lower defense, but access to plenty of white magic. 4 thieves. This poses a high threat of hardly making it through the game at all, but it is doable. You just gotta be insanely careful and carry plenty of healing and defensive items with you if you want to do this run. 4 monks. Why? If you do attempt this run, don't get the class change, but you're asking for trouble. I'm not saying this isn't doable, but you've got virtually no defense stats to speak of, but dang, you'll do a lot of damage. 4 white mages. Do this run if you like grinding and spending a massive amount of time making your way through this game. You can ultimately make your defense super high, but you won't be dishing out a lot of damage. Unless, of course, you run into a pack of zombies. You'll make them wish they were never undeaded. You stay in the ground. 4 black mages. 0 MP. That's what you're gonna have. Just like with the white mage run, the game will take a million hours to get through, and you're gonna have to grind a lot. Any money earned with these last 2 setups need to go towards ethers primarily, which you can get early on in the Pixel remaster, and I believe in the Dawn of Souls and PSP versions, but I could be wrong about that. Not recommended. If you're up for the challenge, be mindful of which class you pick to do this run. The rules for this run are simple. In the very first battle, kill off the bottom 3 characters and just go for it. You'll get a ton of EXP, making leveling easier, but overall this challenge isn't for the faint of heart. The biggest challenge run award goes to either the monk or the white mage runs. Do either one of those and you've done something amazing. Oh, by the way, do check out that video on getting through Final Fantasy 1 faster using just a few simple but effective and weird tips and tricks.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to VG Myths.